Everyone who's not Captain, pay no attention. Pay no attention! Captain. It doesn't show up here. Oh, wait. No. Hold on. I can. There was a way to refresh this. There was. Ha. We wait. Also, how you doing? Doing well. Pay no attention that there's no face. This is so important to me. Oh, excuse me. Perfect. Yo, amazing new emote edition all around. Deeply upset that you've added hold on. No. Sure. Immediately, okay. A little scared why you've added the entire B movie, but you know what? I respect and appreciate you, and I'm sure you will never use it in a way that would be upsetting or terrifying. Don't be shy. Not too much new going on with me. I've been driving around. I've been visiting folks. I do have some oh, shit. Captain. Would you like, if you have the moment to, I can do it as well, to do the going live thingy in the Discord, because I might have forgotten. Let's pretend I forgot on purpose to For, I don't know, reasons. I also turned down the thing that Helta told me to turn down. I hope it doesn't fuck everything. I hope everything remains fine. Love fried ravioli. The part of the Midwest, Mid-South that's super influenced by St. Louis. It's a whole thing there, trust, but it's a bitch to make often, so what I do, make a shitload of them and freeze them in packs for later. I see. I will look up this Midwest, Mid-South St. Louis ravioli batch. And I will make it, and I will judge it. I'll likely judge it worthy, because I'm very easy to please, but even still, I have terrible, terrible news, and that is that I will not be streaming Saturday. Pleasant has a... actually, hold on. I just heard an alarm. I was making a little snack for myself. Not as exciting as mini raviolis, but it will do something. My cat is lounging gracefully, fully sideways, like a princess, because I have fed him. And he's fucking booling about it. He's a little weirdo. He's a little weirdo, and I love him. Oh. Was that hearable? You hear me shake my little shaky thing? Hear me shake it? Oh. It's got hot sauce. Oh. What the hell? Yeah, when I came in, I saw the ones you had just added. I saw that you had removed Captain. I didn't see what you had replaced it with. But I saw Wicked. I saw B-Movie. Wicked is good. Wicked should have been there in a while. Greetings, Moth. Like Shoppy. I pronounce that shit Shoppy every time. I was like, can I head down to the Shoppy? The only place I knew that had that, like spelling, S-H-O-P-P-E, was at a occult town, and he sold pendulums and things, and his cash register was covered in coins, and he had a cute fucking cat that would sit right next to the register. But hi, Neverdoors! That's a whole ass tangent. How you doing? I hope you're doing well. I hope October's treating you good. I just burned the shit out of my mouth, but that is okay. Brains, I don't know that. Brain. Ah, love you, Voltaire. Sorry, I'm being kind of quiet. I'm still trying to snack, even though it keeps burning the shit out of my mouth. Okay. That was a great song, but let's go ahead and get on immediately over to the gaming. Aha! Just pay attention to my face. Don't pay attention to the fact that I forgot to set up the game capture again. Don't even look at that. And like nothing. Flawless, effortless, never worried for a second. Oh, God. I am afraid. If you'd like, I could send you a link to Food and Wine that has a good St. Louis fried ravioli you make with the store-bought frozen ravioli. Yeah. Fuck yeah. Oh yeah. I would not be making my own ravioli. I would be using the shit brand because if I make it, it's gonna be a whole thing. There's gonna be fire. There's gonna be protests. The government might collapse, you know, more than it is already currently doing. Oh. I appreciate you, Captain. I appreciate you more than I can express. Instead, we'll just have to make out later. Who said that? Probably Captain. Gaslight, gaslight, gaslight. Whoa! Oh, that's right. I went all the way home. I went all the way home because I was up north and it was scary and it was becoming night. Ow. Everything is nearly broken. Nope. Repair. I can't repair the pistol? Ooh. Oh, is it... It's not about repair, it's about having bullets, right? Yeah. You don't gotta repair that thing. You just need ammo. Speaking of, I don't have any, which is concerning. Some light armor? Don't mind if I do. Don't mind if I fucking do. Ooh, do I just keep that in my inventory? Does it work just by holding on to it? I have a lantern. Do I have a Molotov? I have 2 Molotovs. Damn, we're doing fucking fine. We're doing just grand. I got some bread that I'll eat. Why not? Aw. I'm my own enemy, taking the time to make everything from scratch. Captain, someday I will have your homemade food, and I will bust out my most excited face while I bust. What are we buying? What are we buying? Gas tank! Oh my god. Okay, that's nuts. A fabric. Oh yeah, I forgot fabric's crazy expensive. No, honestly, I can just use the... I guess I could buy some gasoline, but honestly, I don't need it. I'll just take your mushroom and I'll fucking... fuck off. 2,400! There's no way we're getting another upgrade. I feel like we're kind of close to the game ending, which is kind of crazy. I don't know if that's true, but... it feels true adjacent. Right? We have the whole map. Ooh, what the fuck is that? Hunter's house. That's right. Creepy house. Question mark. And then I was looking for the wolf's camp. It's like somewhere up north, right? In the dark, no one can hear your wood. Oh. Well, that's a damn ooh. You are out of fucking everything. Should I even fill you up, or should I save it because I don't know where I'm going to camp tonight? Might even camp up there if there's a base up there. Okay. Let's just get her done. Let's go. Oh no, the bread does get used up. That's kind of a shame. Dog. Hi, Emery. I hope your day is good. I hope your week is good. Okay, I don't think I really checked this place out last time because I was... Damn, this is crazy. What time fuckery is happening here? I already searched that. It's just very concerning. Oh. That could have been bad. Ah! Alta! Welcome in! It fixed itself! Uh-oh. Was something bad? Third was still left open. I know, what a relief. You guys don't have to count. What the fuck is this? What even... Okay. All of this is terrifying. And I don't necessarily understand what is going on. Oh! There's another... Okay. Well... Fascinating. I wonder if we are actually time traveling a bit. That feels like a very Darkwood thing to do. Ooh! Holy shit. There's a delay, nothing major. Excellent. Because I did the thing that Helta suggested, so if anything fucks up, I blame him thoroughly. Lovingly. But thoroughly. I just spent like 5 to 7 minutes change enter buttons to be tilde instead. Why? Why would you do such a thing? Okay. Also, the wolf said that guy who took it still has it. Pretty sure I killed him. Which is, you know, less than ideal for him to still be the problem after I murdered him. But that's a problem for me. That is a problem for me. Don't ask me what I've written, just read my mind already. Ah! Huh? Huh? Did you write it? I can't... Getting conflicting messages. Your guys' commitment to fucking up the order is... Oh, a shining stone. It's all Mpreg. It's always been, always has been. Old woods? Whoa. But time is still moving. Whoa. Whoa. There's a lot of dogs. I should, whip out this just in case, right? Maybe I can get inside from a different side. Locked. Okay. I don't know that I want to get inside. This all seems very bad. Oh. Okay. Nothing. Chombles! Oh my god, welcome in! I flew away and came back. That's because these bastards be throwing shit at me. That's on them. That's not on me. I would never fly away from you, Chombles. Not with our... Oh, hi. Hi, guys. Wow. There are a fuck ton of you in there. Animal corpse. Eat. What? Okay, I can drag these. That seems Not particularly useful. Oh god. Oh. Okay. Maybe we have to meet up here? Ah! Listen. Do I have a lockpick? Ooh. Fascinating. Hi. Range. Range is good. Range is king. Oh. Eh. Let me through. Let me through. Ooh. Well, don't let me through that much. Hold on. What are you guys talking about in there? What are you yapping about? What are you fixing? Did you ever figure out whose wood we were exploring? Well, you know. That depends on how many volunteers we get. If you know what I'm saying, and I most assuredly hope you don't. Ah! Ow. Hi. Hi, hi, hi. Ow. Oh my god. How are you guys just dying? That was crazy. What the fuck? Am I dying? Am I being poisoned or something? How about you take this? While I go snorf up these mushrooms. It's so violent. That's your own fault. That's your own throwing arm you're complaining about. Don't you come to me talking about how violent you are. I give you bugs and you launch them at Mach 5 at my head? That's not on me. Ah! Okay. Many dead dogs. No one think too much about this morally. Yeah? It just doesn't do anybody any good. Why are you... Okay, well that was upsetting. Why are you guys all sick? Or are you just starving? What is going on in here? Oh. Okay. Ah! In best car salesman voice? Okay. I don't panic? We're panicking? Okay. Hey, Chet. I know that bug throwing is mighty tempting to hit as soon as you get the points, but don't forget, for the low price of 600 points, you could get me to say almost anything within reason. You want me to. Inflections, they're hard, they're erect. The bits could write themselves. So, that'd be W-R-I-T-E, but, you know, that's okay. We don't pay you to spell. We just pay you to be funnier than me. Ooh. Oh. Okay. Ow. Okay. Yep. Well, that's... First of all, how dare you? I'm making a backup melee. I kept talking about doing it, and now I'm gonna do it. And I'll do it again, don't you fucking dare. And if you do, at least use a better quality cheese. I know there were talks amongst the girls, our favorites, about American cheese and mayo and other horrific items. But we don't respect that. Does it have to be in here to be armor? Oh, it does have to be in there to be armor. Oh my god. Fascinating. Fascinating? Upsetting. I thought I made another fucking one of these. Did it not save? That's disappointing. Or maybe there was originally only 3. I don't know. Truth be, I don't know. I don't have any fucking enough wire to make a thing. And it's already 3 o'clock. Should I just wait out the night here? Should I go try and... I don't know. Should I go try and get my shit? How much shit did I leave? I don't even know. Did I leave the gas? No, I haven't. Oh.
We tried it the nice way. Now we do it the Skip's way.
Ah! Ah! Terrifying. Skips, leave me be. What was the nice way? Was the nice way cheese? I don't know that I respect this. There's, like, where the fuck? I don't even know where loot could be. I guess I could finally check out the underground entrance. I saw that shit coming. You ain't slick. Ooh. Mushroom remains. Remains of mushrooms. That's right, I have third eye. Maybe I could have used third eye in that previous situation where I was being murdered, but I didn't. And here we are. Fuck! Why did that scare me? That was fucked up. Shut up! Stop it! Oh, no, keep disarming. Fuck you guys. Oh, that's what I'm missing. My flashlight. Oh, well that would make going down there incredibly foolish, wouldn't it? What am I even looking for? I guess I'm just looking for a corpse. Sometimes those are just lying around and they got shit in them. I don't know if they spawn or if they're just the ones that are on the map are on the map and that's it. But I feel like they be spawning. They're jumping. They're having a great old time. That's so much better. That's not scary at all. Don't howl at me in that tone of voice. Hi. Come here. Ooh. Did I grab? I don't know. Ooh! That's something. That's something worth... As you're just having a ball of a time in there, and it's just so sweet. Not that, though. Quit that. It is already 5 p.m. I'm sure I've searched everything in this house, but, like, you know, as long as we're here. I should probably head back, honestly. Searched. Searched. Get me out of here. Get me out of here. I'm walking here. Get me out of here. God, that music. It's not good. I hate dying in this game. I hate it because it makes me remember that I'm playing on an easier mode that is less punishing. But that shouldn't make me upset, but it does. What is that? What is that? How strange. Love how I went to 7TV to add Shrek and it was already fucking here. Well, you know, the B movie is one thing, but Shrek, he's a staple. He's gotta be here. What am I even doing if he's not here? Bonk. Okay. And we'll go ahead and drag you into place. Okay, tomorrow we will try and buy wire from our boy. You know what I should do, honestly? I should do the same thing I've done in the other place where I put this wardrobe on the other side of the door. Because it's harder to get through at that point. Because I can't win a shoving war against these people. So actually, let's do that right now. And just hope they don't fuck with me. Okay. Then move it like that. Drag you this way. Yes. Perfect. Perfect. Ugh, everything's beautiful. Nothing could go wrong. Love how the bit is shared by the brain cell. Huh? Who? Huh? I'm trying to look at what has value. Do you know what I should be bringing around? Probably some bandages, right? I feel like that would be smart. And the rest I'll just sell. Honestly, I could sell some of my logs too. Probably sell some of my bread. What are matchsticks useful for? Fucking torches. Oh yeah, Molotovs. I mean, they're kind of useful, but like, honestly. Ooh. What do I need to upgrade? Fucking can opener? Ooh, bandages with alcohol. I'll just do the regular bandages for now. Ooh. No. No, thank you. No, I already have a religion and a pamphlet for Scientology and whatever the fuck else you're selling out there. I'm good. I'm on mobile, don't have TV, so I'm completely lost on this chat stuff. Hey, you know what it's about. You can see it, and it's right above me. Right there. Though I suppose mobile, it would be difficult to see it, actually, because it's pretty... Oh my god! Ow. Fucking hell. Guys, what did you do to my bookshelf? You guys broke my bookshelf? Oh no, you just moved it to the side. Okay, no. Okay. Give me that. Give me everything. Give me all of that. I'm gonna sell it all tomorrow to that guy who comes to my house. You know, reckless abandon, but I guess there is a giant hole in my house, so I can't really be mad at him. But this is Scientology, the next great invention since the shake weight. And I did have a shake weight. Don't you look at me like that. If you're wondering if it made me better at, you know, everything you'd want to be better at, nope, sure didn't. I'll take some ammo. I'll take... What was I planning on buying from you? Wire! I wanted wire. What else? Fabric. God, I would love fabric. Woof. You know? Here, have these logs, have this glass bottle, this alcohol, have all this meat. Have this meat too. Did I have a fushigi? Yeah, I had the big fuck off acrylic ball. I fell for it. It was heavy, it hurt when you dropped it. It did nothing else. Guess I could sell just a shit ton of matches and nails and rags and more meat. Those aren't worth anything. Those are worth quite a bit. Okay. Alright, you. Take my shit. Will I immediately regret selling all this to you? Mayhaps. Mayhaps I will. Mayhaps I won't. Let's just see. How much? Let's just sell all that. Let's look back into my fucking thing for anything else I want to sell. What else can I sell? What else can I? Rocks? There, no. Boards are too valuable. Wooden logs, however. Ooh, some more bottles? How do I split? How do I split an item? Aha! Okay. And then, you know, leave one of each. I already have a better flashlight, so I guess I could sell this shittier flashlight. Well, as soon as I find my better flashlight. Okay, flashlight, that, And how about now? Fuck yeah! Woo! Okay, make a lockpick. And we'll make a hotbar upgrade. Ooh! Life is fucking tremendous. Repair this. And where's my backup weapon? Oh, there. Flashlight would go there. This is where I'd put my flashlight. If I had one. Matches go back, nails go back, boards go back. Lockpick comes with me. Small caliber magazine comes with alcohol. Days. I guess I'll keep it in my inventory until I get my flashlight back. And we're fucking off! Ugh, what a great day to be us. Ooh. I sure hope we find gas today, because if not, we're in trouble. We're in trouble. Same? Hell yeah. We're both fools. I appreciate that. I appreciate the camaraderie. I also had one, but bought it under weird circumstance. Ow! Please elaborate, Captain. Okay, back to the dog pen. Oh, that didn't do too much damage. Keep a better eye out. Ooh. Oh, some wood. Nice. Well, we'll leave it for now, because I am going to this place where there might be a lot more loot. Right? Right. Okay. How did I... There it is, baby. There it is, baby. Sweet, sweet gasoline. Boards and nails. Barricade is too strong to dismantle. Okay. Meat. Ooh. Whole bunch of shit. Never mind. We're not going back to the dog. Oh, hi. Hi, doggy. Stuffed dog. Okay, well that's deeply horrific. Oh, God. Do I have that? Whoa. Damn. Oh, fucking hell. I just wasted everything to get a piece of fabric, and here was one. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Ow. Ah. Oh, you were dead. Oh my god, you're fucking so annoying. Ooh. No room for odd meat. Okay. Fuck. I guess I'll leave this. Can I stack odd meat? I certainly can't. Wire. Damn, I have too much stuff. I'm too rich in things. I'll drop this. I'll drop this. And I'll take that. And I'll take the wire. And I'll go back home. Loot acquired. Fucking off now. Thank you. Second lockpick upcoming. And a heal at my well would be deeply appreciated. Oh god. Is this... Am I getting myself stuck? Please don't. Please don't. Uh-oh. Just making sure. Let's just make sure our health is way too low to be taking chances. Huh. I wish you could use this house. Not gonna lie. The music in there? Don't like. Don't like at all. Ooh! Ah! Excuse me. Excuse me. We chill? We chillin'? Oh. My house. My house, my house. Hell yeah. Nothing like the world's creepiest full restore. We'll put that in there, we'll put that in there, we'll put that in there, we'll put that in there. That will cook some of this. Hell yes. I had went to Walmart to get groceries with one of my dorm mates, and a threat got called in saying someone had left something had been left in the parking lot. They kept everyone locked in Walmart for 3 hours. My ADHD was going insane. So you bought the acrylic ball and not like a board game or something? Girl. I ain't gonna judge. Except that I am. Okay. What do I need to upgrade my inventory thing again? Rope. String. Whatever that is. Okay. I feel like I might have one at a different house. I'm actually willing to bet that I do. There's gonna be an ad in 7 minutes. YouTube is dying, so I can't play music. L. Huge L. I could play music on here, but, you know, it might change the vibe slightly. It's up to y'all how much you value being spooked. Or me being spooked, I guess. Also, I don't know that we listen to the same music. All in all, it's a terrible offer. But it's an offer. It's there. It's bigger. It's better. God. What is up with all this? Ooh. That strange little time vault. Let's go back. Oh my god. my god. Damn, I just be going through bullets on these fuckers. Cool! At least I'm getting a little better at killing them. Fucking hell. Okay, I'm gonna take one last stop at that place because I bet there's some more, or actually, I just might loot some wood piles instead, but they're not that valuable, I'm not gonna lie. I kinda have all I need on wood. I haven't needed wood in a good second. In one attractive second, if you know what I'm saying. And you don't. Wow, we have no fucking anything. Ooh, my stuff. That's right. Okay. Then it was worth it to come back here, I suppose. Oh, fuck you. God damn it. Some alcohol, another stuffed animal. Is this the hunter's house? Ooh, large mushrooms. Ooh. Oh, that's a stuffed animal. I see. Move that out of the way. It is 2:30. I still got time. Just sing for us, Moth. Nobody wants that. I want that. But I'm not confident enough to... Holy fuck. Interesting. Okay, well... Ooh! Okay. More stuff to be had, but not really stuff that I super need. But valuable to know it's there all the same. Ooh. Crate. I fucks with a crate. A shell? I could replace my armor. Odd-looking mushroom? Fuck yeah. Okay, let's get out of here. Back home we go! This way, I think. And then tomorrow we try to buy more small arms ammunition. And we, you know, I could be selling that odd meat instead of cooking it, I guess, if I really wanted to make sure I was getting the things I need. But another ability sounds kind of fun. I want to see all the stuff I can get. I want to see how weird I can get. Ooh, that's right. There's a dog in here. Hi, Saris! How are you doing? I dropped my eyeballs in the bonfire. We fucked on a bed of nails. I got cool from your sister and died laughing in jail. That is technically a song. I didn't just start saying crazy shit. I am, therefore I am. God. Truer words have never been gibberishized. Edgar Allan Poe or some shit. Yeah. Yeah. Ooh. 1 minute. There will be an ad. Should I just sell the ring? Probably, right? Ugh. I don't know what to do. Oh! Gas bottle, it just requires shit that I can't use in any other way anyway. So yeah, let's make those. Flammable gas. But like, how do I... How do I flam it? If I throw it, will it automatically flam? Does anyone know? Or do I have to throw it and then fucking Molotov it? Well, an experiment is about to be done. Ah! I see. I must throw it and then flam it. How do I flam it without wasting a Molotov? Probably no reason. Probably no way. Fascinating. Ah! Let me through! I hate how little progress I've... Ooh, some note! Turn on the generator before dark. Hiding in the shadows won't do you any good. They're coming either way. Oh. That was probably there since the beginning of the game. I thought maybe someone left me something. A little goodie. Whoa. Hey, bud. Get fucked. Get out of here. Go on, scram. Oh. What the fuck? Oh my god. Ah! Okay, well that was... Oh my god! Okay. That was terrifying, but I got a shiny stone out of the deal, so I guess that's all good in the long run. Okay. Cool. Ah. Can you fucking... straighten out? There we are. Cool. And now we chill. And now we chill. More armor? Sure. What? Ooh. A sickle. Honestly, I don't care about it interrupting enemy attacks. I kind of just... Heavy but has good reach. Ooh. A shovel might be better than the pitchfork in terms of durability. Maybe we'll try and get a shovel out of the trader tomorrow. Seems like we got a good fucking thing going. We're wearing armor. I still got my moth ability. Oh wow, I don't need a toolbox to upgrade it. I need wire. Oh, okay. Remind me not to craft any more fucking lockpicks. It do, therefore it be like that. Abraham Lincoln, true. Very, very true. He did say that. I was there. I was the tree. Or was that the other guy? Oh, I could probably shoot the gas and then it would explode. Ooh, wait, I should repair. Oh, I don't have the tools. I don't have the tools I need. Weapon B! See, this is why we keep Weapon B around. I was the tree. The tree that George Washington didn't chop down, but everyone said he did? Yeah, that one. That story always entertained me, because A, people say it's a myth. B, people say it's not a myth. But there are some people who are like, oh, he chopped it down and then, like, told. And it shows that he's, like, such an honest kid. How am I gonna hide a chopped down tree from my parents? Like, if you chop down a tree, you might as well fucking... When you get it, the dog did it. Fucking, you're fucked. You're already fucked. Gaslight into thinking the tree was never there. It was always a stump, father. I just want to say for our main character, the fact that he wields this weapon with one hand, crazy work. Crazy fucking work. When you're holding it that way, it's like baseball bat sized. And then he raises it like that. Just like, I'm gonna beat the shit out of you. Like, guy. If you're that strong, fucking hell. Why are we not one-tapping these guys with two hands? He's like, I like a challenge. I'm gonna fucking fend them off like you're swatting a fucking fly with a newspaper. I'm like, damn, I can't believe you had that accent this whole time, and I just didn't know. A US president gaslighting the people? No, no, never. They're so trustworthy. Hello, Ginger Ninja. Welcome in. It's been a sec. How you doing? What's new? Ah! You broke me. You fully broke me. You see that shit? I saw that shit. And now I'm gone forever. Oh god, the birds. The birds. The birds are here. Note to self, don't hit the bird man. Let the bird man be. It's been so long since I've had this power. Yeah, yeah, enjoy it. Enjoy it while you can. Oh my god, what was that? What the fuck was that? Sick. Okay. Repair. That's right. I can't repair. Hey, bud. How you doing? Oh my god. Good to see you. So good to see you. I got shit for you. Did I sell the toolbox since I don't need it to upgrade the next thing? Or will I need it later? I guess it depends. It depends if I can buy everything I want to buy. Ooh, speaking of, can I show you any of the new shit I have? No? Okay. That. Those. That. And you. And, oh my god, that's so expensive. Oh my god. Oof. Okay, well, here's a shiny rock. And there's a wedding ring. And there's some meat. And there's some logs. And there's a gas bottle. Why not? And there's a... no. Sure! Ooh, okay. We want that. Oh shit, a rope! I was buying a rope! Is he selling a rope? No. Okay. I guess it's fine then. Maybe I should check my other hideouts today for a rope. Bonk the burbs! Don't bonk the burbs! It was very bad the last time I did it. Okay, what else could I possibly sell? Nothing, really. Actually, I've kind of sold everything I could want to sell. I'm going to keep that staff, because now I know I can make a shovel out of it. I'm going to not repair that. I guess that's just going to sit here for a second. And I guess I could sell the toolbox for 100. Oh, that's not a terrible deal. Fuck. Yeah, I think I'm gonna... They're a pain in the ass to get a hold of, though, if you really need them. What if there's another upgrade after this that needs a toolbox? You know what? We're gonna look at my other house today, so I don't have to worry too much, because I'm gonna be here for the night again. I guess I might need gas, though, now that I think about it. Oh. Excuse you. How's the Jenny looking? Jenny, how you looking, beautiful? Ooh, thirsty. Got it. Hey, buddy. Can I have some gas? Thank you. Sorry I'm late. I was dealing with internet issues? Aw, I hope they are all solved. It is good to see you on Downroll. Ah! Did I just drop it on the fucking floor? I did. I did do that. Ooh! And only for 48 reputation. Damn, he sells that shit at a good deal. Okay. We go left. Or west, I guess. Looking for shit. Hopefully I have inventory room. Oh, why am I carrying this toolbox around? Why am I doing that? I'm gonna stick it right in here and hope no one takes it. Along with this alcohol. Sick. Let's roll! I'm like pretty sure I have rope at the very least at the other place. Rope, wire, trying to think what else we wanted. Money, truthfully. Small arms ammunition, if we have any, but I bet we don't. It's always a joy to see y'all being silly with each other. Ah! Oh, you are freaking out. I'll leave you be. I don't need no trouble. Ooh. What the fuck? How do I get in here then? No. Ooh. Okay. Fascinating. Oh, I'm gonna break my tool before I break this, for sure. But, you know, good to know. Oh, I could just go in through here. Okay, well, I'm a fool. I believe I've searched everything in here anyway. It's just so spooky. Every time it's spooky, I assume there's shit I missed. Maybe at the other safe house, I will also grab some... Or, sorry, hideout. I will also grab some more boards and try to knock that door down. Oh, oh, leave me be. Woo! Give me your stuff. Look at that! Easy it can be. That's all set, that's all set. Damn, this hideout is so much more secure than the other hideouts. It's so good. Okay, what do I got in here? Ooh, I got tons of rope. I got tons of wire. I got shit galore. I got weapon parts. Oh my god. I got scrap. I got a rear view mirror. I got hill. Fucking hell. Potatoes. Another lantern. Not bad. Another toolbox. A couple toolbox. Holy shit, guys. Maybe I should just stick here. No, I need that. Oh, wait. Maybe I should do the opposite. Maybe I should go get all the valuable shit in the other place and go here. But then I wouldn't be able to explore up so easily. Yeah, no, we're just going to make a couple runs back. We're just going to make a couple runs back. That's just the life we live now, and we're just going to deal with that. Get everything that's stackable all stacked. 50 fucking nails. God damn. Dead rat? Ape? Damn, so much shit. Okay, I guess I'll leave a rope. I'll leave... Should I bring the weapon parts? I kind of am scared to sell them. What if I need to make another thing that takes weapon parts? I don't know. Okay, let's get the fuck out of here, huh? Ooh, my phone. She vibrated. Oh, nice. Ah! Oh, alright. Bob and weave, bob and weave. Let me through your spooky noise place. Your place of spooky noise. Oh my god. Oh, well, missed. That's okay. My inventory's full anyway. I don't know. Whoa! I never searched this? What the fuck? Am I blind? I'll take this and I'll leave that. Thank you. Oh my god, thank you. Thank you so much. We're about to get another fucking inventory hotbar. I think. Woo! I'm already full. I'm full of stuff. I gotta stop trying to grab things. I'm straight full of stuff. This is not my house. This is not my beautiful house. This is not my beautiful wife. Do I have a gun? I do have a gun. This looks like the right wood. Well, you know. It's not the size that matters. It's the spookiness. And I've always said that. It is raining so fucking hard. Ah! Aha! I don't know what's in there. Still don't know what's in there. Okay. And now we drop all this good shit. Ooh, no, I need that, and that, and that. But another hotbar upgrade. Yes, sirree. And what is a hotbar upgrade but a fucking inventory upgrade -1? You know what I'm saying? Ooh, I already had small caliber ammo. Did not know that. Now we have that. Ooh. And now we can repair that. That is nothing to us. Oh, I guess we could repair that too. Okay, Molotovs, nails, shit tons of them. A sickle. Maybe the sickle could be our background weapon, because the board with nails is kind of shitty. And this is pretty cheap to make. Yeah, sure. Let's make it. Why not? Why not? We're living large. Molotov cocktail, a gun, a pitchfork, sickle, and then a light. Awesome. Tons of good stuff. Honestly, what else do I need? Nothing, really. Ooh, a shovel. I wanted to buy a shovel from the guy. Okay. Let's... Before the day draws too close to a close. Oh, wait. Are you full of stuff? Did I already put my gas in the thing? I did. Let's try and go north. Let's go try and... I'm not sure if I finished raiding out that house. I think I haven't. You're going to be straight full of something. Don't threaten me with a good time. Wait, I gotta be straight while doing it? Fucking hell. Well, you know, trade-offs. Swings and roundabouts, am I right? This house freaks me the fuck out. Why is it like that? Ah! 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 So many mushrooms. So much shit. So little time to loot it all. This is the hunter's house. That's my lost inventory. Ooh, we could probably make it all the way up to our lost inventory and fuck off back. Honestly, the hunter's house is all but looted in there, if I remember correctly. And I don't always remember correctly. Okay. So many sounds. Where is my inventory? It's in here somewhere. Ooh, that's right, there are wolves. They killed me last time. They done fucking killed me. Wait, there's a swing involved? Whoa, now we're talking. I have no idea what we're talking about, but it seems to involve a playground, which I fuck with. Where's my fucking stuff? Ooh, lockpick. Here's my stuff. Oh. There are wolves back here. Are they all the way back there again? Seems like it. All right. And now that it's one-on-one, I am a little less scared of you. Oh god, it's not. Woo! Oh god, I'm about to die again. Fuck! Fucking hell! If she wants to swing, I have been all over you lately. Feel free to tell me to calm down if you need to. You know what? I will. I will feel free to do that. Anyway. Alright. What fucking time is it? Oh, I left my watch behind. Can we make it? Can we make it in time, do we think? Do we think we could? Is this faster to attack? It is. Ooh! And I keep forgetting about that middle swing. Oh, the sickle's kind of sick. Oh. Know what I'm saying? I wish I had food or pills or something that could make me run a little better. This is probably a bad idea, going for my stuff right now. With no watch. But you know, we can always turn back. Time for you to get another watch. Go fuck yourself. We're going north. We're running north. Ow! Ow! Oh! Hi, guys. Oh my god. Oh! Okay, it is getting late, but I killed some wolves that were gonna be in my way later, so I'm gonna count it as a victory and go get my stuff tomorrow! Ooh! Whoa, is this a hideout? No, that's just a saw. Whoa, who are you? Are you a person? No, you're just a thing. Interesting. All of this is deeply fascinating. Oh my god, I gotta be home. I gotta be home right now. It's orange. It's orange out. It's orange o'clock. Guys, tell me to stop exploring random shit I come across. And tell me to go home. I haven't said hi to you yet. Fucking jumps you. Oh god, am I lost? Oh god, am I lost? Uh-oh. I must return to my hideout before nightfall. And boy, howdy, am I super aware of that. Go, 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 go. Oh my god. I'm going. Okay. I made it with time to spare, probably. I don't know. Hard to tell. Ah! Get to your positions. Not that they're incredibly helpful, but they delay the inevitable, which, if there's one thing I love about the inevitable, it's delaying it. Okay. We'll go ahead and moth it up, because I'm not going out there for the well. And we'll put away our fucking lantern, because why not? Can I repair the sickle? I can, but I need scrap. Scrap that I do not have. Is glomping still a thing? It absolutely isn't, but you could. But you could do it anyway. Damn, we be running low on scrap. What am I planning on buying tomorrow? I was gonna buy a thing. Ooh, axe head or maybe a shovel head. A shovel head, because I can't do the axe head until I find a can opener. Starts crumping? Absolutely not. Cease. What do you think all these little sprites are supposed to be? You think the one on the end, the edge there on the corner is a bandage? With a little plus in it? Know what I'm saying? Not sure what the middle thing is. Maybe like a gun part? Maybe like a metal pipe? That feels wrenchish. That looks like a spoon. That looks like a little lamp. That's paper. I have no idea what the fuck these are supposed to be. Circles. These are circles. Maybe some string. Starts getting jiggy with it. Worse. Positively worse. Thank you for being here. Oh. Awesome. What the fuck is that? Ooh, I saw something moving in the night. Damn, it is bright as fuck out there. What the hell is it? I bet if I go out there, I just die. I bet that is what happens. Starts crunking? Worse. Significantly worse. I'm fucking getting groovy to the sound of horrific emptiness. Now that we are all about. That you may continue. God, it's really loud, whatever's making that light. What do we think? I think it's like one of those groan tubes that your music teacher had, but like with a light bulb at the end of it. They're just waving it around. That's what I think. I don't love the screams. I don't love that I don't know what time it is. I just get to live in this horror for as long as... Initiates the process of moving rhythmically in time with orchestral music. Okay, let me know when the process is underway. You know, I don't know that I care for your initializing. I don't know that I much care for it. Whoa! Did you see that? As a ghost. Oh! Wow! If the sun could rise slightly faster, that'd be sick. That'd be just sick. I'd welcome a flashbang in this moment. Sick. Sick and slash or nasty. Hey man, what's up? Give me your shovel and your mushroom. Give me the whole package. And I will give you one crisp high five. First, give me the mush. First, give me that mush. Ooh. Ah! Cool. That sucked for you guys more than me, I'll bet, because it doesn't cover my screen. I only see it in the corner of my eye. But, you know, you certainly did that thing. Okay, don't I have a shiny rock? No, I already traded it. I have a potato, I have more pills, I have another toolbox, and apparently I have so many of them, so I am gonna sell one. I have weapon parts that I'm gonna keep, just in cases. I have so many fucking nails. So many goddamn nails. You ready to get nailed? Mr. Trader, sir? Here's some potatoes, here's some pills, here's a toolbox, and here are my nails. Fuck. I'll give you this shitty old one. And so many nails! Gimme! Gimme, gimme, gimme a man after midnight. Won't somebody ask me for I asked for a flashback, that's true. I did do that. Watch me conceptualize myself to the empty, malicious void. My self-actualization worms. The pure essence of my truth is one with the groove. Damn. Do you think, perhaps, that we're hitting the limit of what is reasonable to groove? We don't have to be, but like, you know, I'm curious. Okay, what else could I sell this man? A wood, more nails. Honestly, wood and more nails for small arms ammunition sounds pretty good. Give me that. And give me nothing else. I require nothing from you. I could buy more fabric, feasibly, conceptually. Sure. The Molotovs never work out for me. I'm not gonna lie, kinda losing hope on the Molotovs. Alrighty. Put the rest of these nails back. Put this back. Bring this with me. Have that as an extra light source, I guess. The sickle is here. It's here. No one has ever broken through this door. Do I get 2 scrap back if I disarm this? Or do I just get 1? If I just get 1, it's not worth it. So I guess I'm not gonna risk it. For the biscuit. Ooh. And we can last 1 more night, which is awesome. Let's go north. Let's go get my shit back again. Not groove beyond reason. Gar. Vapor constantly wants me to play bar, and I'm not gonna lie. I am so bad at RTS games. I'm so bad. I'm depressingly bad at them. I like to think. I like to take my time. No, Gar. It's very similar, but you groove instead of beyond. Anyone ever read The Beyonders? I kind of liked them. I like their world building. I like their weird little races. Ooh. Okay. I've searched just about everything in the hunter's home. I do believe I do declare. Even if I haven't, I'm moving on because I want my shit back. I also want to see how much damage the shovel does. Okay, a little jab. And a big swing. Damn, that's a heavy-ass swing. Oof, this better do some fucking damage is all I'm saying. For a wind back that long. Ooh. Fascinating. Oh. Not too many left. Sick. Some mushrooms. Oh, wow. Okay. Sorry. That looked uncomfortable. That all looks very uncomfortable. I don't know if this is the right move, but, like, it feels pitiable, at the very least. Oh my god, is this a hideout? No fucking way. Ow. Ooh! Fucking got your ass. Let's pull out the lantern. That seems reasonable. More dead dogs, which is, you know, upsetting. Sorry. Sorry. Okay. Ooh. More crate. More draggable crate. I don't have any lockpicks. Oh, shit. That's fine. I'll just go the long way. Oh. Human remains. They look stuffed. Ooh. Ooh. Awful. Oh. Hey, bud. Comrade! The greeting sounds like an angry growl. The wolf makes a quick leap, and bouncing against me with his swollen belly, he puts his paws on my shoulders. He ostentatiously licks my face. What a gift have you given me! I notice fresh bloodstains on his fur and feel streaks of his saliva dripping onto my coat. He leans towards me, as if he wanted to say something to my ear. The wolf squeezes my arms and starts licking my face, once from the left side, once from the right side. Comrade meat. His breath stinks of rot. What would I ever do without you? You're not such a worthless piece of carcass as you look. Thanks to you, I feel fulfilled. I got my girl, my sweet little lady back. Hard to believe the same blood flows through the veins of the bitch who reeks of chickens. God, this is not ideal. Suddenly the wolf sends me back with a powerful push and reaches into his coat pocket. Some object hits the floor. Here, no need to thank me. Now, since that part of the deal is behind us, I'll help you recover your stupid key. I'll take you back to the doctor's house. I'm sure you will find some clues on how to reach his current hideout while there. You two will have a little chat, you will get back what you've lost, and then nothing will keep you from getting the fuck out of my part of the woods. You get me, meat? You will pack your bags, dive into that stinking hole of yours, and dis-a-fucking-peer. And, are we going, comrade? No. Good. But remember, the woods are impatient. What about the doctor? Well, I know this quack. A non-entity, a third-rate witch doctor, useless fucking clunker. They still managed to screw you over with that key, eh, comrade? Okay. What the fuck is this? Do you think this is funny? Are you mocking me? Do I look like a joke to you? No? Ooh. Sorry. Yes, meat? No item. Trade. Let's trade. Let's trade some things. Whoa, he gave me a hunting rifle? What does it take? Probably not small caliber, right? Holy fucking shit. Oh my god. Alright. Well, fucking hell. I guess I could go right now, honestly. If I were you, I wouldn't. No new gossip. Corpse. Whoa. He ate her, huh? Half-eaten body of a deformed woman. He did eat her. Oh my god. Next time I play this game, I'm not fucking helping you, you useless fucking monster. He is not. He is not a... Well, he's a tsundere to me, I guess. Okay, where's my shit? Where did I die? There it is. Oh, fuck. God, out of room. Okay, that's fine. Drop that, take that. Everything else is fine. Not necessary. Okay, we're going home for the last time. We're going home, we're dropping off our stuff, we're repairing everything we need, we're getting ammunition, and we are fucking off to the doctor's house, getting our goddamn key back. Oh! What is fine. Take that. No, not that. How do I pick up the right thing? Ugh. Fine, I'll drop it over here, so it is not in my way. I doubt I'm gonna be able to get another ability before I go, but you know what? That's okay. I have a hunting rifle. And what the fuck else do I need? God, I don't know how else to do it. I bet there are other ways to do it, is my thought process. I don't know another way to do this without helping the wolf, but I'm willing to bet there is another way. But for the purposes of this playthrough, I am very more than content to just allow really, really bad things that I don't agree with to happen, because that, I feel like, fulfills the horror element of I think that's part of horror, is even the best case scenario is fucking terrible. Is it a 30-30 or a 30-06? I don't know, man. It's a gun. I'm gonna try and use it on other people. That's about where my knowledge ends. 7 minutes till an ad, ladies and gentlemen. We will not stop for the ad, but I definitely won't go on to the doctors till the ad, but that's obvious. Damn. Yeah, we're not getting another dose. Oh, I could upgrade my oven for better efficiency? Look at the weird bottle inside the pot. Look. It says efficiency 1. I guess I don't know how to upgrade its efficiency, but I feel like there's probably a way, which is upsetting that I'm just now realizing it. Examine the oven. I guess not. How far are we in the game? I feel like we're almost at the end. I'm about to get my key and fuck off. We've stopped getting dream sequences. We got everything we could need. Repair. Ooh, I don't have any metal. Let's go try and find some metal down south. I bet there's traps, maybe. Do I have any weapons that are not almost dead? Let's trade out for the pitchfork. I do not need meat. I need metal. Metal! I do love the wolf so much. He's kind of fucking awesome. He's just, like, you can't tell where his head's at. He loves you, and then he hates you, and then, like, I don't know. It's good. I like it. Ooh. A rabbit. It's wabbit hunting season. She lied as the wabbit disappeared. Okay, fine. Oh! Oh my god. Fine then. It's not. It's never wabbit hunting season. I don't get wabbits. It's not my place. Not my lot in life. Never mind, I do! Haha. Metal. Oh! A megafauna for the road? Ah! Ow. This was a terrible fucking idea. Ooh, no ammo. Sick. Ah! Hi. Ah! Why are you not making any noise? That's terrifying. Oh, I totally missed. Ah! Oh my god! Haha! Oh my god! Can you stop missing? Wah! Ah! Come on! Toro! Toro! Sick. That was super not worth. And I haven't even found any metal. Actually, let's use one of these. Ooh, a shiny stone. I've probably searched every fucking wood pile here. I guarantee it, almost. Ooh, there we are. Undoubtable bites their tongue? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, he takes his shit with him, too, doesn't he? Fine, then. I will not rob the wolf. Next time I'm killing him, though. Ugh, I want to be done. I want to be done with this hell. I want to be free. Oh my god. Where? Who? What? Where? What? Leave me alone. Whee! Okay. Well, you know what? That's okay. Ooh, whoops, 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 whoops. I got enough for the night, right? Yeah. Yeah, we good. We Gucci. What the fuck? Okay, back inside we go. Ooh. Let's repeat that. Everything else will have to wait till tomorrow. I don't want another lantern. Why not? Ooh. Oh, no. I'm on repair, that's why. Let's have a backup lantern, huh? We got 2 shiny stones? Oh, we're about to fucking rob our friend for all he's worth. I'm gonna regret selling a toolbox, I bet. But, you know, I have this shovel. And a gun. And a way better gun. Look at this bitch. Holy shit. Ooh. Now that's a fucking tool. And we'll go ahead and take the medium caliber magazine because I bet that's what the hunting rifle takes. And a 9-volt battery is what I believe the military flashlight takes, even though I prefer using lanterns. Craft another bandage. What? Maybe I should keep around alcohol, so nah, I never need them. It's fine. Woo. Now we'll use this. That is one bad bitch. Stop flirting with me on camera. Oh, am I frozen? I sure am. Let's hope nothing attacks me. Hold on. Oop, almost pressed stop on Darkwood. That would have been bad. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Yep, let me hold. Okay, it's fine. Everything's fine. Flirt with me off camera? Well, you know. Then it's not content. I'm not sure which I prefer now. Going back and forth on it. What do I need for... Oh, rags. I don't have any rags. Jesus! Wow, that scared me. That fucking combo. The flashbang plus the thunder sound? That really spooked me. Huh. Well. Fucking... I do like contributing to your glorious contact? Content? I have a contract? Technically, I do have a contract. With Twitch. It's not a very good contract at the moment, but, you know. It is a contract. Also... No, maybe I'll wait. I'll wait till the ads are done. Content. Fair enough. Woo! No. Why the fuck do all these words look the same? English is a bitch. I'll tell you what. Now the ads are over, friends, countrymen, I've been thinking about my Jankathon. My first ever subathon. I'm naming it Jankathon. No, I did not say Jackathon. I said Jankathon. Jank. Important distinction. I'm thinking I'm gonna do it soon. I'm thinking maybe next week I might start it. How would people feel about that? Would people feel that that is enough notice? Because I got my work schedule, and honestly, it's pretty open. I got a lot of time on my hands. So, if it doesn't get out of control, we can continue as normal. And if it does get out of control, I will actually be able to fulfill it daily. That's for Blue Twitch. You're goddamn right. God, someone's gonna lose feel. Someone's gonna have to go to a hospital if we do a Jackathon. I'm just saying. That sounds like how you get brush burn. Oh my god! Why did it go off? Did I run out of power? Did I run out of gas midnight? Oh god. Oh, that's spooky. Hold on. Let's go double check that. Ha ha ha! We sure did. The Jackathon is off-screen contact content? Undoubtable. You cannot say I'm establishing contact via a Jackathon. You simply cannot. You can't be doing that. Alright. Mushroom thing. Wait, what was I gonna buy from you? I forget. I mean, I'll buy small arms and ammunition. I'll buy gas. I'll buy wire. I'll buy... Fuck, I'll buy everything. I'll buy it all. I'll buy your whole stock. Rags. Scrap. Oh. My bad. Huh. I did not know. But I have... Wait a minute. Oh, I don't have enough room in my inventory. I see. Oh. I'll just trade that to you because, I don't know, because I don't need it, I guess. All right. Now that is a good amount of trading done. Ooh, I guess I could have bought fabric if I really wanted to. Ooh. That would be kind of cool. Oh, well, too late. Hello, solution! I'm a problem. We knew. We knew. But it's okay. We accept you. Barely. I'm kidding. Okay. Cook my little... How do I get my oven efficiency up? Or do other... Ooh, did other ovens have better efficiency, maybe? Oh, maybe that's it. Maybe that's it. Well, whatever. I wasn't really looking. I didn't know it was a thing. What can I sell? What can I sell? I could sell meat. I could sell... I'll make a lockpick. Why not? Get 2 on hand. And... we'll repair my sickle. Ooh, I don't have wood. Ooh, and I've been giving away all my wood because... Ooh, I see, I see, I see. Okay, well, do I need wood for that? I do. Shit, 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 shit. Shit. Fuck. Well, whatever. Today is the day for murder, and I have plenty of murder implements. I'll only bring the 1 melee weapon. Bring in my watch, bring in that, bring in... I'll leave that, I'll leave that. Should I remake my armor? Yeah, sure. Just in case, right? Damn, my inventory's kind of full of stuff, but, you know, that's the way the fucking cookies. Alright. Let's go kill a doctor. Let's go kill a man with a medical degree. He's a doctor. He's a man with a medical degree. Okay. Let's go. Let's get it done. Okay, back to the wolf, back to the doctor. I am about to shoot up the block in Minecraft. Oh! Hi. Ah! Oh my god, you need to reload it each time? Oh, that's not as good as I thought it was at all! Fuck! Okay. I thought it was... Okay. Fine. That's fine. You are going to dis-a-fucking-peer. This is how he loses his medical license, because we're fucking killing him. Right. Do you technically lose your medical license if you die? I don't know that you do. Not that it matters that much, but, you know. Alright. Pistol, shovel, lantern, some very breakable armor. Let's go get it done. Take me to the doctor's house. Couldn't save yourself, so you don't get to be a doctor. The board. I see. Can't do that now. Okay. Ooh. Time is not passing here. Okay, good to know. Whoa! A hole. What is that? Oh, a well. Sure. Locked. I need the key. Okay, fine. Is this it? Are we here at last? No, this isn't it. I don't think. Oh! You are alive. Where is the doctor? Where? Daddy went out and left. Left hand has been bitten off together with the arm. I'm hungry. Can't move. Head is exploding. Oh, that's the doctor's house. I fucking recognize that shit. Oh. Fascinating. Okay, I guess I'm gonna keep my odd meat in there so it doesn't rot while I'm exploring. Should I switch it on? No. Keep the element of surprise, right? Or no? See, that's the guy I killed. Was that not the doctor? The good man himself? Oh, I can just jump in through windows. I know him. Yeah, it was the doctor. Ooh. Odd stone. Interesting. We're not going to be putting them out of their misery. Oh, sorry. I missed so much. Can't practice medicine if you're expired. Oh, yeah, I guess the license would eventually expire. Plus, we'll steal the license. True. If you have to retest. Yeah, exactly. So we're not putting them out of their misery? No, I was worried about wasting the weapon durability, which is fucked up of me now that I think back upon it. But, you know, here we are. Oh, what is that? A safe with a code. God damn it. Photo. Of what? 120685. Wait, really? But that's too many digits. 120685 is just 1206 or 0685. Alcohol distiller. Oh, things keep changing. What is going on with that? Huge empty cages. Twelve. 06? What was the fucking other ones? Oh, wait, how do I inspect all my cool memorabilia again? Fucking. Oh, journal. Sick. Oh my god. There's so many notes. One 206 0685? Probably not, but no. Fucking hell. Maybe I should go turn it on. What? Where? Wait, that dog? No, he's dead. Just like you left him. Destroyed 125p. Fucking hell. Inventory full already. Junk. Okay, this is where he found me before, but now it's all filled. Anything back here? Doesn't really look like it. Ugh. This is frustrating. So was there nothing else? Oh, wait. Is that a number? Or just an item? I really don't want to leave empty-handed. Fucking hell. What else is one to do? Okay. Check if the door is still locked. The wolf. Strange boy. Local doctor. Return to the doctor's house. The wolf told me he could take me to the doctor's house, which seems to be the place that fucker kept me and stole my keys. Supposedly I'll find a clue there how to get to his current hideout. Maybe I'll learn what precisely went down that night. To this day, I have no idea how I managed to escape. Okay. So we are looking for clues. There simply must be something. I guess there isn't, though? Fucking hell. Oh, no. Dead end. Am I missing something obvious? Captain. I'm gonna beat you up. I'm gonna bully you. Do I fuck off, having learned nothing? Do I know how to get into that thing? Is that photo a clue? The fact that this is labeled, but like not... like... is concerning to me. Like, not interactable in any way, but like... It's like... so much around it, too, is... I guess... Have I moved all the furniture I can move? There's this chair, which seems to be hiding nothing. There's his body, which I cannot move. There's this. There's this, I guess. Which hides a number. Is that a number? That looks like a 5. Oh, yeah, there are numbers. There are numbers everywhere here. Okay. Wait. 5, 6, 4. That's only 3. Where's the last? Where's the last number? Five. Did I cover it up somehow? Four, 6. Four, 6, 5. I wish you'd try. It's no fun when it's one-sided. I'd try what? To harm you? Start streaming more. It has to all be in that room, right? Oh no, 8. Oh, and there's lines marking it. So 6, 5, 4, 8. 6, 5, 4, 8. Right? Oh, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Okay. It doesn't start there. It starts... Maybe it starts at the thing? 8. 8, 4, 5, 6. Fuck you. Fuck you. It's not 6, 5, 4, 8. It's not 8, 4. 5-6. I'm going to bully you. I wish you'd try. It's no fun when it's one-sided. Yes. Yes, that is all the things that occurred. Are you sure it's not 8, 4, 5, 6? Fucking bullshit. Six, 5, 4, 8. Did I do that? I'm gonna have to start writing these down so I can remember what I've already tried. Okay, hold on. Because I'm not smart enough to solve the puzzle normally, we're gonna do it the fucking ugly way. Okay. 8, 4, 5, 6. Wrong code. 8, 4, 5, 6. Wait. Yeah. Wait, is this a 9? Is that my fucking problem? It's a 9? Am I an idiot? Maybe. 8, 4, 5, 9. Fuck you. The code to the cart door. 8278. You guys suck. A map for the train wreck and a toy, which is apparently quite valuable to someone. Not me. Maybe me. I don't know. Okay, so assumedly the other code it's given me is to the other thing that has a lock on it. Right? Ooh. Okay, well, my house also burst in half. Everything here bursts. I don't know that it's correct to put someone out of their misery when they're, like, just kind of chilling. These guys look upset. But, you know, I guess they don't look anything. Technically, he's not moving. Just the one guy. And, hey, you here? Me? Yeah, I'm here. Kill me. Oh. Okay, well, now you have... And take my house. My cracked hut. Okay. I'm sorry. Okay, you are dead. Cool. Awesome. That was upsetting. But we will carry on, I suppose. An axe! An axe! Yes! Fuck yes! Another rock. Another weird rock. Okay, well, thank you for that, my friend. I do appreciate you, and I'm glad you actually told me to do that for you, because I really hate it when games want you to just assume that's the right thing to do. Like, suffering sucks and all, but, you know, agency is important when it comes to your fucking life. Okay. I found some code in the doctor's house. I don't know what it's for, but I hope it opens the door to his current hideout. Still don't know how I escaped this place. I suspect someone must have carried me out. I've explored the doctor's house to complete ruin. Now I know what seemed like nightly terrors is very real. Okay. Then I guess we're done here, aren't we? Oh! Well, I don't know that I fuck with this. Road to the doctor's house. Oh, I guess I could have found it all on my fucking lonesome. Okay. Well, fuck you then. Please leave me be. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. No way in. No way out. Ooh. Well, no, my inventory's full. Get the fuck out of Dodge. Okay. They they really came out and said it. Who? What? Who? Huh? What? Whoa. Why are you in half? Did I do that? Damn, this shovel ain't fucking around. Two corpses. Lead the way to... What is this little room for? It scares me. An axe! The horrors were worth it! I mean, they actually might have been. An axe is pretty good. Damn, apparently the hunting rifle sucks. You know, that's okay. It probably doesn't suck, actually. Okay, that's that, and then its normal attack is just a swing, and it's pretty goddamn fast if I do say so myself. Not if I have anything to say about it, and I do! Odd-looking stone, I guess I'm gonna keep. I'm not gonna sell. I don't know what they're for. The toy, I guess maybe I could sell the toy, but it also feels vaguely important. I'll put the hunting rifle away. I'll put the medium caliber magazine away. I'll put this and this here. And keep those as my main weapons from now on. I'll keep the military flashlight and this lantern. I will make another if I don't have a bottle, and I don't because I left them behind. Some boards. Repair. No, I won't repair those yet. I don't need to yet. God. And... fucking hell. It's only 11:30. A full day ahead of us. Just make sure this is gonna be good and full, but we are gonna still take this gas canister with us. I'm gonna leave my consumable healing pills behind. I'd never use them. I mostly just sell them. Because the bandages do fine. I'll leave the rope. I never end up needing it on the go. Could use some fabric, but, you know, maybe I'll sell some stuff for it. I don't know. Maybe I'll sell the toy for it. Okay. Do you think the wolf's gonna be pissed if I go ask him where he thinks the doctor's hideout might be? Ooh. Hi. Oh, I already searched you. Also, I'm fairly certain I haven't finished exploring all there is to explore up here. Road to the village, road to the doctor's house, brook. And I still haven't found a hideout up here. There probably is one. I guess I got nothing else to do with my day but to go back up there. Does the rifle suck? Or do you suck with the rifle? I just didn't know that it was a one shot at a time fucking thing. I thought I got like a AK, you know? But no. No, instead I got, you know, not totally fucked, but also not totally fucking hooked up either. I guess it is useful for, as the name might imply, hunting. So I could shoot those little mouse things because its aim is actually pretty fucking impeccable. Or get a shot off on an enemy and then switch to a melee weapon, which honestly is kind of how I like to play with guns anyway. Woo! Nope. Leaving you the fuck alone. Do I have any rocks? I don't. Okay, well then I guess I am gonna shoot you, because if I leave you be, you might turn into... Oh! You don't. I can't shoot you. Okay. Rocks or bust for those guys. Good to know. You need more than one shot? You fucking play this game. Let's see you stream this game. And then be one-shotting motherfuckers. Go on. Go on. Okay, I'm gonna pull out this flashlight. Damn, it's really scary over here. I wonder if he's gonna be mad at me. Hey, bud. Yes, meat? Oh. Nope, we're chill, we're Gucci. Hey, do you have any bullets for that gun you gave me? No? Just small arms. Ammunition. That's sick. I guess I don't have anything I'd like to sell you, so... I guess this is where we say goodbye. Is that a dare? It sure is. Man, why are you stuffing people? Huh? And why can't it be me? It should have been me! God. I feel so bad for her. I hate this. Don't like. Okay, well, I still don't have my key. So I guess I'm still not leaving. Oh, there's a mushroom. Okay. I have fully explored the wolf's house. I don't need to come back here unless I have a death wish. or I'm going to shoot him. Why are all his dogs so sick? Maybe they all gorged themselves on that lady as well. An endless fucking tide of yips and yaps. I believe I've looted everything there is to loot here. Don't believe there was really much. Now I just gotta find out how to get the fuck out of here. How do I get the, how do I scram? How do I scramble? Oh, that's right, over here. Small little... And there's the rest of my stuff, so it stops marking itself on the map. More meat, more meat, more meat, and we fuck off. There ain't nothing else here for us. Ooh. So much barking. Not even sure if there's any more dogs left. I think it's just an ambiance of this place. Ooh, a shiny rock. Not a bad find. Train tracks. It's 4 o'clock. I better start thinking about heading back. Some meat. And fuck all else. Nearly 5 o'clock. Ugh. I should not be here. Oh, and I ran out of flashlight, which is awesome. Ooh, it's 7 o'clock. I gotta scram. I gotta fucking beat it. Oh, sorry. Excuse me. You let me by, and we ain't got any trouble. What the fuck? Oh, this is the hunter's house, right? No, this is the creepy house. Ooh. Well, I don't have time to be exploring it today, so... back home we go! Oh, shoot. Who the fuck am I? I don't know. Uh-oh! Is this the right way? Or is this the wrong way? This looks to be the wrong way. Was I already... fuck, 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 fuck. Is this it? No. No, it doesn't look like it. Fuck. Fuck. Is this it? This looks kind of familiar. Tracks. Yes. Yes. Corpses. Yes. Yes. Yeah, it's only 6 o'clock. We're gonna get there. We're gonna make it. Whoa! Ah! Hi, Hoya! Hello! Hello, chatters. Hello, creeps. Welcome in. I am running for my life. Nothing's chasing me yet, but it's a spooky game for spooky people, and I'm so spooked. It's bad. Hi! Hi! Hoya, what were you up to? What were you playing? I knew what you were playing. But how was it? Is what I more meant to say. Okay, turn on the generator. For anyone who doesn't know, you can't be out at night in this game. I'm not being a coward. It is a mechanic of the game. So, you know, everyone shut up. Who the fuck put me in a lamp? Captain Bones? I swear, everyone named Captain was engineered in a lab to make me suffer. Oh, look at that. The other captain saved me. Never mind. Never mind. We're good. We're Gucci. Heyo! Hello, hello! Oh, thank you for shouting out. Hoya, thank you for being better at my job than me. I appreciate it deeply. Ah! And back I go. And back I go. And I got a broken neck. And I got a bunch of fun creeps. How goes our favorite cryptid moth? That means a lot. There's actually a fuck ton of us on this. Ow! Stop it! Hi, Ryder. Hi, Ray. Hi. I'm doing good. I'm playing this scary game, and I'm maybe, you know, teasing a little info about a jankathon. Now, I want to be very clear. I said jank, as in I'm bad at things, not jack, as in we have to go to a different site for it. Okay? Everyone copacetic? Everyone sure? Everyone knows. All right. Good. Jackatron? God damn it. God fucking damn it. Oh yeah, how was Silent Hill? How was the horrors? I saw you had a furry arm. That's dope. It's good to see you supporting the culture, you know, the troops. A jankathon? Yes, perhaps next week. Perhaps sometime next week we will start. So, you know, if you want to know more about that, you can hit !Discord and then go to my Discord where I will announce things and also probably steal your jokes. It's in the fine print. I don't make the rules. I just clearly benefit off of them. A jackathon is the after party to the jankathon. True. Everyone who doxes me gets to participate in the jackathon. No, don't show up for a jackathon, please. I will call someone. I will call Big Larry, who will have a metal pipe and your name on it. Jankin, not yankin. Now hold on. Yes. Okay. Yes. Correct. I just needed a minute. I needed a minute to figure it out. Not Big Larry with the metal pipe. Well, what am I gonna do? Be a punk VTuber and tell you that I'm gonna call the cops on you? Fuck, what even is the brand? What am I even doing over here? Pardon me. Pipe, you say? Okay, so I did invite that upon myself, and I will freely admit that I share perhaps some of the blame for that little fuckery. Guys, you don't gotta be here and watch me be scared. You can go do your after stream care. Can I fucking... Ah! Now that's the real scare. Is the fucking frog skate, my guy. What the fuck? Ah! Birds. There are birds. There are birds. There's a light. That light's normal. But that isn't. No, that is normal. Ah! 1. Thank you for the 1. Thank you everyone for trying to scare me. Your dicks, your bastards, your treasures, your creeps. Ah! Oh! Why did that scare me? Why did that scare? It sounded like chains being clanked, and I didn't know what enemy it was. I was like, oh god, new enemy. I'm not prepared. I'm not ready. I fucking saw that shit coming a mile away. I'm wise to your tricks. You can't just keep doing this again and again and expect me not to look over to see. Ah! It's fine. He's just chilling. He's gonna go sleep in the guest room. It's gonna be fine. Those are all good noises. Those are all noises you want to hear. I hope he likes the complimentary continental breakfast. It's just 30 orange slices on a plate. It's not much for nutrients, but hey, ain't none of us getting scurvy. Shrimp immediately. All right. I'm chilling. Chains? What chain? I don't have any chains. All right. Fucking. Now I wasn't suspicious. I didn't think you had chains, and then you defended yourself so fiercely. Gotta make sure the pipe is made of heavy metal. True.
Lizard,
very true.
Lizard, lizard,
oh, why did that scare me?
Lizard, 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 lizard.
Lizard. I was way off. I was miles off. I had a buffer right when the pipe dropped, so I got it twice. That's hysterical. That's fucking great. The Nixie lizard emote is so cute. It's actually the cutest thing I've ever fucking seen. Also, has off-brand Cheerios? Not mine. I ate them all. We got orange slices, and that's it. Well, we've got syrup, but no pancakes. Ugh. I went to a continental breakfast, and they had a waffle maker. That was the bomb. Why is there shit everywhere? Why are there particles in the air? Okay, they're gone. I guess everything's fine forever, actually. Man, he's just stomping around in there. I guess he's not gonna come in here. I guess we're safe. I guess everything's fine forever. Yippee! Yippee! Yay! Hooray! Yippee! Oh, flashbang warning, by the way. And there she is. Day 18. Discord mod voice. God damn it. What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? I'm scared. To be continued immediately. Discord mod voice. Oh, princess. Where are you, princess? You can run, but you can't hide. Foot clapping noise? Okay, well, I'm gonna get close to the mic. I'm wearing socks, so they might not be super satisfying, but that's all you get. I don't know if that was hearable, but fuck, that was the most I've stretched my hips since, you know, that night with Big Larry and the pipe. And you know why they call him Large Larry? Massive cock. Couldn't think of anything else. Mushroom. We will take the mushroom. We will take the small arms munition. We will take wire? Maybe? No, I got 2 lockpicks. I'm fine. No, we're fine. We're fine. This is fine. Maybe the scrap metal. It's cheap. Why not? Awesome. Thank you. Thanks, bud. Thanks, bud. Cook my mushrooms. Do we have a 9-volt battery? We do have a 9-volt battery. We have a shiny stone as well. But I guess I don't need anything at the moment, but, you know. Reputation with the trader is pretty nice because he tends to travel to wherever I'm at anyway, so I guess I'll just give him this shiny rock. Here you are, sir. I hope you have fun with it. And this meat. Have some meat. Meat for your mouth. Or, you know, anything else you want to do with it. I don't judge. His big heart. Oh. Thank you, love. Oh, my pleasure. My absolute pleasure. I'm scared of Larry's big fight. Dog sweaters, that would have been smarter and funnier. Don't ever be funnier than me in this chat again, or I'm gonna make you take my job. I swear to God, I'll make you stream with my face. You think I'm joking? I'm gonna yank your ass into the Discord. Be like, that's it. I'm walking away. I'm getting dinner. Fuck you guys. The horror. Just, you know, don't slur, please. Don't be scared. It's fine. It's great, even. It's a good time. Ooh, wait. Do you have bullets? Do you have regular bullets for a hunting rifle? What does a hunting rifle take? Hey, someone who's good at guns, tell me. Probably not a shotgun shell? Medium caliber bullet? Sure. Why not? Let's try. Where is she? There she is. And that is indeed what she took. But I only have the one, so I'm just gonna put her right back on the shelf, because what the fuck am I gonna do with one bullet? I'll tell you what Emery's gonna do with one bullet. Play this game. I've challenged him. Boy, what are you grabbing? What are you getting? You leave my beautiful face alone. I love that I can vault through a fully intact window. Woo! Maybe I should buy some gasoline off him. Nah, it's probably fine. I think I have some. Just like, yeah, I have some. We're good. Ah! That's what you're grabbing. I see. I see. Is it because I stepped on your toes by doing the Discord mod voice? That's all Ray's fault. That's nothing to do with me. That's a fish problem. Okay. Am I delaying the inevitable? Yes. The code to the cart door. Cart door. Where is the cart door? I don't even know what to do. I guess I'm just gonna keep exploring north because I got the equipment to do so, and you know, couldn't hurt. Could not hurt. It could. It could hurt a lot. Ooh, board with nails. I don't need that. I'm gonna leave that right there. Teasing Moth makes me feel powerful for the first time. For the first time, you're an all-consuming siren who has just the coolest scary face I've ever seen. That's right, everyone. Be envious. I get to know things. I get to know things that you don't, L. And I have it only for bragging rights, and then it'll be revealed, and then bragging rights are over. But for these few weeks, I am incredibly powerful. Ah! 3006 is what I'm used to for a hunting rifle. I like your funny words, Magic Man. Ah! Helta, what do you want from me? What do you want from me? She's seen the maw. Oh. God, you know I get excited when you call it the maw. Come on. Not in front of the chatters. Old woods. Where am I even going? I feel like I've explored this. Let's go to the creepy house. Why not? Let's go to the creepy house. We got an axe. We got a little bit of armor. We've got a flashlight. Guys, you don't have to throw bugs at me. You don't have to. You have free will. You can choose to be kind. You can. Ah! I almost stepped in those poisonous mushrooms. Okay, well, I tried. Oh. What was that sound? Where am I? Bird. Wow, I feel like I've missed it, perhaps? I feel like I've traveled farther than I intended to. Whoa! Ah! Okay. Ah! take his meat and move on with my life. Look, a path. Kind of a path. Whoa! Hi. Ho ho! It absolutely wrecked. Damn, this axe is good. But fucking hell does it lose durability when I'm using it. Like all items in this game. God, rain again, huh? Oh my god! Ow! Fucking hell. More meat for my mouth. Oh my god, I feel like I took this road to nowhere. I feel like this is nothing. I feel like that's a corpse. Ooh, whoa! That corpse was loaded! Where the fuck am I? Oh my god. That's okay. It's only 10 a.m. We're fine. We're fine. So jealous, we'll destroy you both in very different ways. Pardon me. Pardon me. Again, not in front of the people who don't yet know I'm down ferocious. There is only one choice. Death! Death penalty! Oh, not the fucking doghouse again. Ah! Stop it. Stop it. I feel like if I keep walking this way, eventually I will find the creepy house. Which was my original intention. Is this the corpse I just looted? No, it's not! Woo! We're loaded! Now I don't want to find the creepy house because my inventory's full, actually. Do you think it's called sand because it's between the sea and the land? Helter, you're so smart. That's such a smart question. Ah! Oh my god. No, 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 no. I'll leave the matchstick. On me, give it, gimme. Whoa, more fucking, holy shit. Okay, we gotta get back home. Not because it's getting late, but because I am out of room to stuff stuff. You know? You know what I'm saying? This is the creepy house. Oh my god. Okay, I gotta remember the path here. Dead Chomper. Go southeast. Oh god, a VO request, I missed it. Hey chat, have you seen my bug collection? I can't find it anywhere. Wait, you found my bug collection? Sweet, go ahead and throw them in this basket I am currently holding. I am so glad I had this basket to catch all the bugs. Otherwise, this would really hurt. Now guys, why do I even open my mouth? I'm just saying, you're aware that I was coerced to say that. You know that it's, if not a lie, a stretching of the truth. You don't have to. Ow. Okay. No, that's fine. I'll just sit here. Ow. No, that's chill. I'll just be here. Oh my god. Are you done? Looks like you could really use a basket. I see. It really looks like to me. And I don't want to... Two corpses? Two corpses. This is the place. Talking heads. This must be the place. That joke is from Small Gray Cat. You're all welcome for the 2 people who got it. Again, as I was saying, a basket wouldn't be helpful because you are aiming, and I cannot stress this enough, for my face. You see why that creates a problem? You see perhaps why a basket would not help this situation. No? Alright. Fuck me, I guess. Is that my house? Is this my house? Enter, please. Through my window. Huzzah! Okay, stuff. Cook meat. Meat. And I beat it. I tenderized it before I put it in there. As you're supposed to. As one would do. Nails, scrap metal, more batteries. I guess I could keep one on me. This one, I'm just gonna use the bear trap, I'm not gonna lie. Let's just put that out here, right? Why not? Try and catch some wabbits. I never use this room, so put it there. More gas? Oh, we're living the fucking high life. We're living large. Man, an inventory upgrade would not hurt. I'm not gonna lie. Maybe I'll sell all these tomorrow and get an inventory upgrade. Get another piece of fabric. It's only 1 p.m. I could still probably try and make it to the creepy house. Thinking of, I have 1 bullet. I think I'm gonna waste that 1 bullet. It does that style reload where it wastes everything that you haven't used. You're not like swapping bullets from mags. There might be a way to do it, maybe, but if there is, I don't know about it. So you just kind of gotta gauge if it's worth. No, that's okay. Honestly, the axe and the shovel seem about the same. Maybe I want to take the sickle instead because it's a little faster. And then I have 2 types of melee weapons. Like that, I think. Yeah. That way I can easily access both kinds of weapons when I have my flashlight equipped. Screaming cat, welcome in. If you say so, fuck you later. What the hell? Your face makes a great backboard to aim at to get the bugs in the basket. I don't believe you. Oh my god, one of these times I'm gonna do that bit and this arm is gonna fall off my desk and I'm gonna fucking piss myself in anger. Is it weird that I blink like that IRL? Yes. Yes, it is. Thank you for asking. If I blink slowly, I look like a frog. Kind of cute. Kind of adorable. Kind of winning. Okay. Wow. Writer, I do believe 100% and trust your judgment on how much my face looks like a basket. Writer, I don't. Guys, you forget that my free will becomes my own again once I've said the VO redeem. If I don't focus, my eye will do this. I don't know what that is. I can't see that well. Like bulge? Like it'll bulge? Like a rat? Like rat boggling? Does everyone know what rat boggling is? Quit shrimping! Fine. I'll sit up straight. Ray's always trying to get me to be straight. First and carry the glass, now here. Regular fishy conversion camp over here. The origin of boba? What? Huh? Who? What? Is it like Chicago rat hole? Oh, no. Boggling. I'll get you one day. I'll get you one day. If it weren't for those meddling You know, a crate, a lockpick, a metal pipe. Oh, Larry must be around here. Ah! Leave me alone. Oh. Old Woods hideout. Oh, I found the hideout. I found the hideout. I found the hideout. Where is it? Where is it? Here. Yes. This place would make a good hideout. Oh, fuck yeah, it would. Woo. Did I bring gas? Am I a smart bean? Nope. Dumb as a box of rocks, I am. Okay, wood goes in here. Ooh, she's huge. Oh, and a welder, a gentleman magazine. I see. Workbench. Nothing in here. Ah! Ooh, I almost popped those. Almost popped those against my toesies. IRL derp face. Adorable. Ah, there's the gas. There's the gas. I knew she were somewhere. Damn, this is a fucking compound, if I ever did see one. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. I'm missing so much. You guys are too funny. Rat boggling is so cute. It freaks me out a little, but it is cute that they're happy. They also bleed from their eyes to cool down. It's very, very horrible. I have astigmatism! Caps lock. This is the hideout that I got to in my farthest Darkwood run? Awesome. Okay, sorry, excuse me. The Chicago Rat Hole, also called Splatitouille, is I know what this is a hole shaped like a rat that was formerly in the sidewalk of West Roscoe Street in the Roscoe Village neighborhood of Chicago, Illinois, United States. After several decades, it received widespread attention on social media, mainly Twitter. In the early 2024, attracting tourists to the sites. City officials removed the sidewalk slab containing the hole several months later. It is currently stored in City Hall. Hysterical. Fucking hysterical. It better be open to viewing. If they've caged that away, they're cowards and bastards, and I will never forgive them. Note, who the hell are they assigning to us? Makik fucked off from the shack. The whole night he was rambling about some Merrick. I think it's his younger brother or son. I don't know if it was boredom or stress that got to him, but it was fucking unbearable. It was the third night in a row. We tried to silence him, but it's fucking Makik. Better not risk it. I slid inside of my sleeping bag and zipped it shut. I preferred to suffocate in my own stench than listen to that fuckhead go on and on about it. After a while, I realized Makik is not there anymore. He left around morning. He took all his equipment, 3 liters of water, a sleeping bag, radio, gun, gasoline, flamethrower, his beloved spitter, and his lucky stone. He only left the hazard suit. We're debating on whether to report this. No one's crazy about running around the woods looking for a psycho with a flamethrower. Hope he doesn't come back at night. We reported it. They're sending 7 men to search for him. We're coming back through the tunnel. You can get in and out of here? Is that what I'm hearing? Or was this a very long time ago? I'm hoping that it means we can get in and out of here, because that would be fucking sick, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it? Ooh. Oh, she's a thing of beauty. Is it a waste of gasoline? Yes. Light the oven. Yeah. Yeah. Efficiency 16? Oh, baby. All right. No room in inventory. Okay, well, I'll make room. Ooh, new ability, new ability. Oh, new bad ability. Shit, shit. My stamina gets low, I will deal less damage in combat. I will recover longer after exhausting myself. That's fine, I could do that. Once a day, you won't trigger a trap that you step in. I'll be able to restore my health by eating wood. Awesome. Scream. Once a day, I will be able to scare off nearby enemies. Let's do that. Fuck yeah. The letter was talking about these workers, basically kind of like Chernobyl firefighters before this forest. Right? Like, theoretically, I guess I don't know how recently they were here. Probably not too recently, but I could hope. Whoa! Whoa! Oh. Oh! Oh. A friend. Turn off the light. Okay. I want to sleep more. Yeah, that's fine. Can I find another light? Kind of fumbling around in the dark over here. Ooh, a sweater. I'll put on a sweater. Why not? I'll run myself a bath. The Frania washing machine. Are there no other fucking lights in the house? It really seems like there isn't. Ooh, bit of light in here. Whoa, I'm up high. Gas heater. Too early to cook. Okay. Damn. This is nice. Isn't it? Oh, I guess day is breaking. That's why it's getting brighter. I don't want to go out yet. I need to wake up first. Ah, there's a lamp. Ooh, that one's a little flickery. A towel? I'll take a towel. Military flashlight. Detergent. Which detergent? I'll do that one. It looks nice. My black and white TV set. Scissors. A pair. Oh! Okay. Hi. Ah! Okay. Okay. Whoa! I have that shit! I have... No, that's my armor, not a sweater. It just looked the same. Okay. That's fine. Everything's fine. Efficiency 16. God damn. Destroy generator. More gas. Oh, that one's already. Oh, I see. We'll just throw the rest of that into the Jenny. Why not? Cool. Okay. They were using the tunnels to go in and out of forest. Remember the one place with the 21 door? I do not. I do not. But careful not to spoil me of shit that I couldn't possibly know at this moment. If the game is going to tell me eventually, then you know, don't let me know. But if it's not, then I suppose you have a little more free reign. Damn. I cannot tell if this is like a great place or not, because on one hand, it's enormous. On the other hand, it's fucking enormous. The 21 door is accessible on day 1. Also one of the first dreams you get from the syringe. Oh. Oh, down it. Is that down in the plate? I never went down there. If it's down in the tunnels, I never went down there. What the fuck do I do? Where do I hole up? Even. God damn. I guess usually I hole up in the place with the tool bench, but it has 2 doors. And everywhere else also has 2 doors, it seems. This has 3, and they're holes that I can't repair. This I can't repair either. That I can't repair either. This I can't repair. That I can close. This I cannot repair. Okay, let's go cut wood. Huh? Fuck it, hell. This is getting bad. Cool. Okay. Alright. Alright. So this... I can't... Oh, that is a door. Okay, so that's a door. There's this. And then that's a door. Maybe this is the place then? And it's right next to the Jenny? But god, that's a lot of moving shit around that I don't have time for at the moment. Or I guess, no, these lights aren't movable. Oh, these lights aren't movable. Oh. And it's dark over there. Ooh. Oh, this light is movable. Oh, no nails. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Just to be extra sure, this is not a door, right? This is not a door. Oh my god. Let's just barricade this. We'll use the other door. And then this we will move until it lights up a bunch of this place as much as possible. Ooh, close that. And then this we will move over there. Okay, 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 okay. Everything's fine. Everything's totally fine. Ooh. Some rearranging will happen on this place tomorrow, but for now, this is where we died. I hold up with the oven? Oh, nice. We chose the same place. I just remembered you got intimidated by pig noises. Ooh. I get intimidated by most noises. Oh. I can't see. I cannot see. Okay. I don't have nails. Uh-oh. Oh my god. That was dickish. Oh my god. I'm already using a skill? I can't use 2 skills at once? Ow. Good to know. Good to know. Okay. Some repairs will have to occur, but all in all, a fine first night. Fucking hell. Where's my stuff? Give me that. You. Visibly struggling, the man drops the sack from his back and bends in half as if out of breath. He shakes the dust off his clothes, then rolls up the sleeve of his seemingly too small jacket. I see some new words written on his forearm. The forest wants to devour you. You're heading straight into its jaws. Sorry. He really doesn't like it when I move. He wants me to just stick in one place forever, which honestly, same and fair, but I'm probably not gonna do that. I'm probably not gonna do that. I don't know if I want to. You know what I'm saying? Get all the nails I can fucking carry. We'll get some gasoline as well. Why not? I will give you the world. No, I'll give you these consumable healing pills, though. Boards? I have a fair amount of boards. I'm okay on boards. I'll figure out boards. Boards will be okay. Small arms ammunition wouldn't hurt, but I don't really have any. I guess, how often am I using flares? Not that often. I guess I could have used one last night, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. I'm gonna sell them all. Why not? Fuck it. Get rid of them. Don't need them. And I'll take this. Thank you. Cool. Thanks. Your moth skills should come in handy with all these lamps. I didn't know you can't use 2 skills at once. That sucks. That really sucks. Good to know, I guess, but fucking hell. It's around the point where explosives and fire stuff starts becoming useful, these Molotov cocktails and stuff you can make. Yeah, every time I've used a Molotov cocktail, I've blown myself up. So, I'm a little hesitant to do that. Okay. Repair this door. Cool. Bring this other wardrobe into that room. Is there another lamp I can move around? Or is it just that one? Oof, that kind of sucks. But whatever. What else am I gonna... What am I gonna do about it besides complain? You expect the male Tarkov, but instead you? Yeah, autocorrect was not your friend. I'm not even sure I can decipher what you were trying to say, unfortunately. Oven room is best. I think of my options, I am in agreement with you. Well, actually, I wouldn't hate workshop room. And I'll tell you why. I think it'd be easier to light up the whole room by putting the lamp right here. And with this wall here, I think it'll be easier to permanently block this off with furniture. Ooh, but I can't refit. I can't. Ooh, that's not a door. That's just a hole. I could repair that, but that I would have to fully just depend on furniture. Okay. Interesting. You expect with a Molotov, but instead you. That also was not intelligible, Undoubtable. I'm so sorry. My joke was not worth trying again. Very fair. Very fair. Have a nice day. Okay. So there's that. Helta. Helta, why do you curse us with these visions? Ooh, I got nothing. I got fuck and all. Ooh. Ah! Gifted 6 months of a tier 1 sub to Moobot? Wait, is that why I could do the things originally? Helta, truly you are the backbone of this fucking community. You are the only one keeping this place relatively working, functionally. And I endlessly appreciate you for it. Okay, let's repair my axe. And yep, that's it. Put that stick in there in case I need to use it to craft something. This goes in there. This will go somewhere. This will go here. Oh my god. Should I move everything to this house? To this safe house? Is that worth it? Might be. Might be. Weapon parts. Battery. Okay, what the fuck are we doing then? I guess I'm using this on that door, and yeah, I'm sticking in that room because it's the only room with 2 fucking doors, and even though this light is not like the most ideal thing in the world, still better than nothing. The problem is, if the ghost thing happens and the light goes out, I'm a little fucked. I'm a little fucked. If that light goes out, I guess I'm just running out here and fucking hoping and praying. Maybe I could... God, I don't fucking know. Yeah, I'm just running around the hallways. Or no, maybe over here is the next best option. Yeah, I think so. We close this and board it. And then if that light goes out, we're just coming out here and hoping that nothing busts through here. And over here, we can recover. Ooh, but then that. But then this. But then this. Okay, so this doorway should be repaired. I should repair this. And probably barricade it, honestly. But at the moment, I'm kind of running thin on resources. But put that there, that there, and then, you know, theoretically, if I was pivoting to this area because the light went out, I could move this over here, and then it's, you know, at least some... It's not going to stop them, but it's something in their way. And then this should definitely be barricaded. This I'm going to barricade. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Okay. Yes. You go out here. And then when I'm closing up shop, I will put you in front of you, wedged on the... No, that's up there. That doesn't exist. Okay, fine. That's fine. But yeah, I got multiple exits. Maybe I could barricade that, but what's the fucking point? I could barricade that, but what's the fucking point again? I already barricaded that. I could barricade these over here, but I kind of need that door. I could barricade these windows, but if I'm not going to barricade that door, then why do I care? I guess I could just come out here every time and barricade all that. That's not a terrible idea. Helta is the best worker. True, very true. Helta works hard to make this house a home. Sorry, I just was totally just... Yeah, oh no, I accidentally stopped the time thing. Okay, well, that's fine. Okay. Ooh, a crate. Use a lockpick. Ah, that was not worth. That was super not worth. God damn it. Oh my god. Oh, I should have done the middle thing. Yeah. Okay, well, that's my own... That's learning. What you gonna do? Old woods. Old woods, but I can't get through, so... What was even the point? Choo-choo! I did get a thing off that! Thank you, Helta. I got a frog! Look at him, he's adorable. A crate. Ooh. Creme. An empty jar that contained a chocolate-like product. Even if there was anything left inside, its best before date expired in 1979. Sick. Wood logs. Ooh! Ooh! Life is good. Oh. Fascinating. Ow. Fucking hell. Oh, that's right. Mushroom people. Oh, wow. That sucked. That was awful. What the hell? Okay. Wow, you exploded fucking everywhere. Fascinating. Ooh. Yippee, yippee, yippee. Thank you again, Helta. I'm just appreciated. I'm just appreciative. Okay, I'm gonna die out here if I hit too many more of those. Poisonous mushrooms. Mushrooms. Yippee, yippee. Ooh, there's a shiny rock and a wolf. Where are you? Where did you go? Okay. Oh, no room in inventory. That's bad. Oh. No. No. No, no. I guess I'm leaving that shiny rock. That sucks, but that's the way it's gotta be. Oh. I actually don't have much room. I think I could waste a bullet. Why didn't that... Guys, come on. Don't be ridiculous. Ooh, an egg. Awesome. And straight down to the hideout. Ooh, another corpse. We will leave that thing alone. Okie dokie. Okay. Nice. Nice. Hey, cooking with gas. We're cooking with gas, I swear. Ooh. Oh, fuck. I left it running. God damn it. That's my own fault. Well, that's okay. I have shit tons of gas. Awesome. I'm gonna repair this well. Excellent. And yeah, everything's good. I'm gonna hide out. I'm gonna barricade these windows. kind of want to barricade this door. I'm not gonna lie to you, but also it makes it kind of a real pain in the ass to enter. So I guess I'm not gonna do that just yet, until I'm sure that I can easily enter and exit through the other few places. Like there's an entrance here, right? Yeah. Ooh, a crate. I don't have any lockpick. Shit. Shit. Ooh, what's this? Oh, this is the church. I don't think I fully explored it, though. Probably because it scares the fuck out of me. Ooh, more of those symbols. No, I'm not grave robbing. I'm just perspective grave robbing. I'm a prospector. Bell. I'm a wealthy land haver. Damn. Wish I had my shovel. Okay, there seems to be nothing particularly valuable here. Oh, well, there's that, actually. Never mind. A shovel blade! That's kind of valuable. Words? That is also valuable. Ooh, alright. There's a bunch of shit here. There's a generator that I could switch on, but won't. Ooh! What was that code I got? Almost certainly not the right one, but let's try it. 8, 2, 7, 8. Wrong code. Yep. Ah! Be free! Thank you. Thank you, and then you immediately fucking hit me. What the fuck? Wow. Damn. I'm strong as fuck. Seems to be nothing there, though. I wonder if the code is hidden somewhere around here. If it is, I probably won't find it. I'm particularly bad at puzzles, and I'm probably gonna fuck off. The only reason I stuck around to solve the other one was because they froze time, so I didn't have to worry about the day ending. I can't believe you blame me for that. Oh shit, it was right. That's my bad. Ooh. No. I'm good. You can keep on doing whatever the fuck it is you're doing over there. That is none of my business. You're just a wolf at a church. Anti-tank gun. fucking awesome. Ugh. No lockpick. God damn. A lot of cool shit. Only I had lockpicks. I gotta travel around with more of them. Maybe I should just be buying as much wire off that dude that I can. The trader. Yeah, look at this. So much good shit. Okay, well, I know what we're doing the next time we have a surplus of lockpicks. Coming on over here. Ooh! Goodies. Goodies galore. Okay, where's the anti-tank gun? There it is. Okay. Oop! If you'll just let me... Yeah. We chill? We good? Awesome. Where am I? Oh, this is the creepy house. Okay. So when we have lockpicks, we'll go south. When we have tomorrow, we'll go to the creepy house. Lots of logs over here, which is ideal. Wah! Oh, I didn't get any. Alright. So thick enough that you need a fucking anti-tank rifle to pierce it, and I don't even see a piece on your wrinkly old ass. Police girl, if I may, bitches love cannons. Oh fuck, that's an anti-tank rifle. Oh fuck, that's an anti-tank rifle. I understood what I was quoting, like, one sentence from the end, which is nothing. Is nothing. Tra-la-la. Oh shit. I'm like trying to figure out how I've mapped this place. God, this is kind of a pain in the ass to move through. Maybe that was a huge mistake. Putting that there. But, no, you live, you learn, you suffer. Oh, I did have... Motherfucker. Some more armor. Why not? 6. Okay, we're gonna survive this night, and then we will probably... We'll probably call it a night. I'm not gonna lie to you. Okay, I'm gonna turn on the generator. Is it time to turn on the generator? I don't know. But I'm gonna do it. Okay. Sick. Woo! Stream has been great. Thank you. I've also had a great fucking time. Thank you to everyone who's still lurking from raid, from Hoya. It was very sweet of her to raid. Oh shit. Ah well, it's fine. Thank you to everyone who's been here from the Discord. Thank you to everyone who joined the Discord. Thank you in general. And thank you to everyone who's excited for the Jankathon. I am excited to try it out. If nothing else, it will be good practice. I don't know. We'll see. I'm gonna have to ask advice from everyone's favorite fish. W chat. W creeps. Super stoked for the Jankathon. I'm glad. I'm very, very glad. Hell to your monster. Are they both the same length? I thought... I guess I technically am watching all... I thought there were credits. I remember there being credits, but I guess not. It's going to be great. I only wish I could be there for the whole thing. You'll be there in spirit. And, you know, we're never doing too much without you. Don't even worry about it. Don't even stress about it. Ooh. I'm out of batteries. Which is a shame. Damn. Something's breaking somewhere. Oh, it's there. Okay. Nope. Repair the doorway. Oh, shit. I don't have anything. That's right. That's right. I keep leaving all my shit over there. God, I gotta fill these wardrobes with stuff. That's what I gotta fucking do. Damn. You guys are just all over me tonight, huh? Hi. Ooh. Hi. I see you down there. Oh, nice. I think we'll make it without a fight. Never mind. I spoke too soon. Nice. Okay. And that is a problem for next time. Jesus Christ. Oh, and an ad's going on. Damn. Damn. Okay. Well, that was kind of a fun night. Damn, that sucks that an ad was going on. I wish I noticed it. I could have snoozed it. Oh, well. Such is life. Such is life. All right. Hoya rated me, the lovely bastard, so I can't rate them. So who are we rating? Where are we going? I don't know. I don't know. Ooh, we can go to Mia again. It'll be fun. But I like doing new folk. I like doing new folk. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. What are we thinking? What are we thinking? You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking we're gonna do someone that we have rated before, but who is fun. Fun and beloved. You know, read. What am I reading? What did I read? Who did I... Oh, you just can't spell. As per usual. Sorry, that was mean. It was mean, but a little funny. We're gonna go raid someone who we have rated, I think, only once before, and I'm excited to raid again. Our own cat, Mr. Meow. It's gonna be a good fucking time. Everyone grab a raid message. You could grab the normal one for normal people, or you could do one of your Freakazoid one. It's all up to you. They're playing Lethal Company, so almost certainly they're playing with friends, so I'm sure there are more people there. Actually, I could... Yes, yes! Rhea is there. Helta is there. Helta, you're there. Alright, we're going. We're going. It's gonna be a good time. Everyone ready? Everyone having a good time? Thank you very much for such a great stream. It's a fun time with you guys here. Helta is everywhere. How some of you guys multitask, stream and watch streams and chat is fucking crazy. Is actually fucking crazy. Anyway, bye! Bye! Love you guys! Bye!